I thought I'd lost my this. And I remember thinking in my mind, I won't take that out because it's just stuck on there and everything. But then I couldn't find it and it wasn't here. And I told Therese about it and she rang the hotel and LGAP. And this morning it's on my desk. I don't know where it's come from. I must have left it here. It wasn't on my desk. Someone's found it.
Someone's found it.
And so there you go. That's probably a good start to the day.
Morning, councillors. We're going to make a start since it's 9:01. Welcome to the Planning and Development Committee meeting for the 8th of November 2022. The meeting is open to the public and will also be live streamed. I would like to thank those of you in the room today and those who are watching via council social media channels. I acknowledge the Mayor, Portfolio Leader, Councillor Carl, councillors, Chief Executive Officer and our new General Manager of Planning and Development, Nicola Stepanoff. Welcome, Nicola, for your first meeting. I acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, Guybil and Jarowair peoples, and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's First Peoples. So attendance, including apologies, leave of absence. We don't have any apologies for this morning's meeting, and I don't think we've got any leave of absence either. And there's no declarations. So we move to item number 3, which is the Regional Development Statistics Report for September 2022. And our General Manager is going to take us through it. Thank you, Nicola.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the welcome as well. I'll take the papers as read. However, I'd like to provide an overview of the executive summary, which is on point 1.0. So in this month, there has been a decrease in dwelling approvals and unit approvals month on month in comparison with August. And we had 34 lots sealed and released onto the market and 61 new houses approved. There has been an increase in the total number of development applications received from 252 in August to 283 in September. There's been a marked decrease in development applications received, down from 270 in August, and we had 1 refusal in the month of September. For the 12 months of applications received per month, there were 191, and development applications approved, we had 269 in the year. However, there was an increase in September of 283 development applications received and 200 approved, and this is well above the monthly average. Regarding new lots, there were 133 approved and 34 sealed, and this represents an increase compared to August, where there were 97 new lots approved and just 20 sealed. In August, we had 81 new dwellings and 6 new units approved. In September, however, there was a decrease in new dwellings to 61, but an increase in units to 8. Building approval numbers have fluctuated quite a bit in the last 12 months. However, there's a trend line of a decreasing trend line of approval numbers, but there is a stable trend line for the value function over the last 24 months. There's been a decrease overall in the total number of building approval applications approved for dwellings, extensions, units, and class 2 to 9 applications. In September, there were 257 of these in comparison to 310 in August. However, the combined value of approved building applications is in excess of 65 million for September in comparison to the August figures, which were 55.94 million. In terms of the time making for decisions, 88% of decisions were decided within the relevant time frames, and that is under the 3 different acts: the Planning Act of 2016, the Building Act of 1975, and the Plumbing and Drainage Act of 2018. And the average decision making for survey plan was 2.6 days. Thank you, Chair. I hand it to you.
Thank you very much, General Manager. Now I might ask you to explain it. No, I'm just joking. Any questions for the General Manager? No? there's no questions. Councillor McDonald.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. Through you to General Manager Nicola. Just on page 26 of board books, it talks about the first quarter planning and development works that have been undertaken, and the number of lots, somewhere growth assumptions. Where are we? First quarter. Let's have a look here. So bottom left-hand corner, we talk about configuration of a lot. 21 determined, 237 lots. Given the assumptions for the new growth plan at 800 lots per annum, and given we're only at the first quarter, is this a trend in your opinion at this stage that's looking favourable for us to achieve those 800 lots to be determined in this current financial year?
And I thank the Deputy Mayor for the question. So ideally we would see between 600 to 800 dwellings or lots per annum. There has been, at this stage we think we're tracking at reaching that 800 target. However, we may fall a little short, and in part that is because of the length of time that construction is taking. So we have seen a lengthening, and that is not necessarily because of factors like inflation, etc. It's more about the supply chain. So there are less tradespeople and contractors, so they're obviously engaged in other projects, and we're also having issues with resources, for example, whether it's concrete piping or people that can build retaining walls. So what we are seeing is that the length of time taking for the actual construction has lengthened, and that may impact on us achieving that 800 dwellings in a year.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. All right, can I have someone move the acceptance of that report, please? Councillor Carl and Councillor Antonio. Any debate? All those in favour? Thank you. And can I have someone move the adjournment of the meeting, please? Councillor McDonald and Councillor Carol Taylor. All those in favour? Thank you.
Megan, is this your water? Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Water and Waste Committee meeting for November 2022. This meeting is open to the public and will also be live streamed. I'd like to thank those of you who are in the room with us today and acknowledge everyone watching via Council's social media channels. I acknowledge Portfolio Lead Councillor Summerfield, the Mayor, Deputy Mayor, General Manager Platts, and the CEO and all my council colleagues. I acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, Guyabal and Jarrawa peoples, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging. Moving on to item number 2, attendance including apologies, leave of absence and declarations of conflict of interest. There's no apologies, no one requesting a leave of absence or no declarations either. So we go to item number 3, which is the adjournment of the meeting. We will deal, there's only one item on the Water and Waste Committee meeting this month. It is in confidential, so we will deal with that now. And so can I have somebody move that we adjourn the meeting? Mayor Antonio, second. Councillor McDonald, all in favour? It's carried. Okay, councillors, so the recommendation before us is in two parts. Firstly, that council resolves to commence the full implementation of the smart water metering solution across all water connections in Toowoomba Regional Council as per WT 10 2021 QITC smart meter contract. And part two, that associated costs be allocated as part of council's budget adoption and review processes as detailed in WT 10 2021 QITC smart meter contract. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Antonio, and a seconder, Councillor Taylor. All of those in favour? That's carried without dissent. And that concludes the Water and Waste meeting for the month, 9:51. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Infrastructure Committee meeting, Toowoomba Regional Council for November. Who can believe it's November? I'd like to recognise Portfolio Chair, Councillor Melissa Taylor, and welcome the Mayor, CEO, General Managers, Councillors and staff in the room, as well as our attendee from our community. And I'd like to acknowledge everyone watching via Council's social media channels. I acknowledge the traditional Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse the lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, the Gaiwal, the Jadawa and the Bigambul peoples, and pay my respect to their elders, past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, the rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's First Peoples. We have no apologies, and noting that there has been no leave of absence granted at previous ordinary or special meetings, and that's where it's granted, but we're all present here today. So we move on now to, I'd like to welcome our General Manager, Mike Brady, General Manager of Infrastructure, and apologise today that Rodney Betts, our Manager of Transport and Drainage Planning, is on leave. So it's all up to Mike today. Thank you, Mike. And we move on to item 3, the first item of the Infrastructure Committee meeting for November, which is a review of the Regional Active and Public Transport Advisory Committee terms of reference. Thanks, Mike.
Good morning, councillors. The first report today, councillors, is quite straightforward in many ways. It's administrative in nature in the updating of the terms of reference for the Regional Active and Public Transport Advisory Committee, and there's just some updating of definitions within the TOR, and also some clarity in respect to currency and relevance and making sure that it's consistent with our other advisory committees, terms of references, as they all get updated from time to time with minor amendments. So I'll just leave this one at that. There's no other financial or other matters that are of any impact or any risks that I believe, any different to what we've had before. So I'd like to, through you, Chair, just table that.
And recognising that this has been authored by Haida and Sue Hendren. Our first question is from Councillor Tim.
Chair, thanks. Just a couple through to Mike. The paragraph added in there about when someone from an industry agency cannot attend, they can nominate another person from the same industry. Is that across all our advisory groups now? And I don't know. I agree it's at the discretion of the chair, which it was written in there. But I think you apply for these groups as an individual, and then you're like, oh, I can't come. I'm going to send such and such from my business, who is, slightly different personality. But I just urge a bit of caution with that. So, Mike, is that in all our advisory committees these days?
Thank you, Councillor McMahon. Mike?
I can't say whether it's in every terms of reference, but the intent here is not necessarily the individual. We have within this group like representation from TMR and those sorts of bodies that do TransLink when it comes to the buses, and a couple of different that sort of agency. I think Bicycle Queensland's representative is there. So this enables, from you might call it a proxy point of view, as council would know, our advisory committees, though they do have, inverted commas, a voting right within the terms of reference, I think 99% of the time they all work generally from a consensus perspective, which is pleasing to see, obviously, in a collaborative spirit that they're intended to work within. So that's the intent, I think, of what we're trying to just cover off there.
So could I, Councillor Mel, you're happy with that being at the chair's discretion? Good. Just asking because she's the chair. Just follow up, if I may, just quickly, the one about observers and how you have to register by midday prior. Don't they usually just, like we have several advisory committees and observers just attend? I've never seen them register. Is that new to this, or is that in everything?
Mike, thank you.
It's probably a little bit more just being sort of respectful to the committee, so the chair knows who's in attendance and those sorts of things to make it more workable. Obviously, we welcome observers, but we are asking those that wish to attend to make note, just so that we understand who may be in attendance.
Yeah, no, it's no big deal, but I suppose you're going to kick people out, or you didn't register by Monday, sorry. You can't come, and I don't know if that defeats the purpose, but wouldn't mind Councillor Melissa's thoughts on that as well as the current chair, if I may, Chair.
I guess that the thing is, I see your point, Councillor Tim, as somebody's coming and bringing someone with them who's not registered, I guess, but would it not work on that being a case-by-case basis, should that occur? Councillor Melissa, did you want to comment on that?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the question, Councillor McMahon, and I understand your perspective and where you're coming from with that, but it is a procedure that has been an ongoing procedure with RAPTAC for some time, is what I can understand, but it's just been formalised in here, and the room is quite limited. So and we do get quite a few visitors to our meetings. So it's just really to, particularly through COVID, it was to not regulate, but to understand how many people were coming to the meeting.
You're happy, I'm happy. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor McMahon. Councillor Sommerfeld?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mike, for the report. I must admit, I don't think that should be in there. It's a public meeting. People shouldn't have to register, and if there's not enough room, maybe we need to look at a different venue. It's if we're having meetings that are open to the public, we need to be able to cater for that, and I don't believe they should have to register. And if councillors are determined that it should stay in, then perhaps it should be members of the public wishing to attend are encouraged to register as an observer rather than requested. But I don't believe they should have to register at all personally, but that's just my view. But further down on that same page, this is in the tracking document I'm looking at, there's a new section added under reporting saying the minutes will be made available to the public on Council's website within 10 days after the end of the meeting, and that's a new thing that's been added in there, and yet the last meeting was held on the 19th of October and the minutes aren't up on the website. So already, before this is even adopted, we're not adhering to that. So I just wonder whether you really want to limit yourself to 10 days after the meeting, because that's not very much time to formalise minutes, get them approved by the chair or anybody else that it needs to be approved by before it's gone to as a public document. I'd encourage you to reconsider that timeline. The reality is things don't happen that quickly at council, and we just need to make sure that we're not biting off our hand here unnecessarily. So I'd like to see that reconsidered if you're going to insist on having that actual paragraph in there. Make it something that's achievable, perhaps.
I tend to agree with you, Councillor Summerfield, and as we see here, we've got staff on leave and we have shortages all over the organisation. So I think whatever we have in there, and it's not for me to say, I think we should be able to achieve it.
Thank you. And then my last one is...
And so should I just ask the General Manager to comment on that, if you might?
Yeah, no, I probably concur with the thoughts there as well. So happy to amend that accordingly.
To 4 weeks or something?
Yeah, so approximately a month, if you want to say. Maybe say approximate rather than trying to...
So that'll be amended before the ordinary meeting?
Yeah.
Thank you. And then on the next page, you've added a section on performance, which is good to see. I think it's good to have performance in probably all of our terms of reference for advisory groups. But I just wonder how that's going to be achieved, and then where will it be reported?
Look, the performance can be really just a discussion point at the meeting, and seeing if people are through the chair of the advisory committee. It doesn't need to be overly formalised, I don't believe, and it'll be just noted within the minutes. That's how I'd view it. So I think we just need to be somewhat conscious or cautious in some respects, not to get too tied up in making these advisory committees too bureaucratic or too much red tape to them.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Less red tape, the better, but maybe that needs a bit of work, the wording, to reflect.
If I could add something there, I think it's a little bit concerning to me, who chaired that committee for 2 terms. I think that performance could be linked to the provision of infrastructure and the like, and it'd always come back to how much money and what funds council puts aside for those things. So I think that, I think there could be an issue with the perception of what a performance of that is from some of the people that are on that committee.
I hear what you're saying, Councillor Taylor, but we also have to be really careful, because this is only an advisory committee,
Yes,
and
exactly.
it's not a decision-making committee, and we have to be careful not to cross over, because every decision we make has a bottom line at the budget. So
Absolutely.
We'd have to be careful assessing it on that basis, I think.
Thank you. Councillor Summerfield, you're on.
Thank you.
Councillor Bill. Councillor Carl.
Councillor Bill's fine, Chair.
We are in a formal meeting.
That's my real name, by the way, Bill. Just in relation to that, further to that point, aren't we covering it off in measuring the performance? Because it says very specific there in the second line, in its functioning effectively by reference to this terms of reference and current best practice. So that's the guideline. I mean, how are we stacking up against our terms of reference? That's not too onerous. That's what we want every advisory committee to do, to adhere to those terms of reference. Isn't that fairly straightforward?
Yeah,
As far as measuring performance? Yeah, I mean, that stops the agendas and the left field, right field, whatever you want to call it. Are we sticking to our core purpose here, our terms of reference as assigned and delegated by council? It's pretty straightforward, I would have thought.
Yeah.
Is it? Yeah?
it should
Manager?
be, it should be. Our General Manager, do you want to comment on that?
Oh, yeah, no, I concur with what you're saying, Councillor Carr.
Councillor Megan?
Oh, I was just going to make a similar sort of comment that I would have thought, and I thought that we had brought this as a standard thing that we are bringing in for all the advisory committees, that we appraise our performance
I think
meeting.
you're right. I think it is
A
coming
bit like
in,
our own meeting.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Harris Sullivan. Councillor Melissa Taylor?
Mine was exactly the same. So, ching ching. Yes, the evaluating the performance wasn't necessarily the dollars spent on infrastructure or the amount of programs brought forward. It was in relation to how the committee was functioning in regards to the TOR. So that was my perception and why it was important that we put it in there. Because I think it's no use having, excuse me, an advisory committee if there's no way of measuring its value to the time, because there's a lot of time spent, not just by councillors and officers, but by members of the community coming as well. So I think it's really important that we do have that measurement, and it's not necessarily a formal measurement, but it's just something to keep us on track to say, are we adding value to why we're here?
Thanks, Madam Chair, through you. Going back to Councillor McMahon and Councillor Summerfield's idea in regard to the meetings available to the public, I actually don't mind that word encouraged to register rather than requested. So perhaps if there was an agreement to change that before next week.
Yeah, so I picked up on the word encouraged, so encouraged to register, and then down in the reporting, the minutes will be made available to the public on Council's website within approximately a month after the end of the meetings. So that got that changed. With the performance one, I could either leave as is, or the committee shall review its performance at least annually, and just leave it as that.
I like the committee shall review its.
Yeah, just leave it as review rather than evaluate. Yeah.
Councillors?
Yep, you happy with that? So I'll make those amendments before next week.
So those amendments, Councillor, we've got a mover and a seconder. Thank you. Move from that, Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Madam Chair, I just wonder whether it's worthwhile flagging an alternate recommendation at this stage. Just it may help the conversation that goes through. It might shortcut some of the conversation, if that's okay. And I thank you for acknowledging that email, Councillor Carroll and Councillor Melissa, as the portfolios. Thank you, Kirsten. So, councillors, an alternate recommendation for consideration is in 4 parts. And touches on the very things that the chair has been talking about for some time, in fact, and I'm very hopeful that it will gain that support. The first is similar to what's in the report in regard to the planning scheme, making sure that we arrest the situation that's there now and don't set us up for further legacies that we need to deal with. The second part is to actually commit prioritising $2 million annually within the sustainability target commencing next financial year toward a 5-year program. So that's $10 million over 5 years for existing rural roads to achieve a minimum access standard gravel road defined in Council's road register. The third part is that the Council consider at a future Infrastructure Services Group committee a variety of capital delivery and maintenance methods in an effort to determine the best value for money approach for rural gravel roads, and that enables us to have a conversation how that could be delivered. And the fourth one is that the road signage is implemented situations, that's not right, the road signage is implemented, take out situations please Kirsten, at the discretion of the road manager, which is the General Manager of Infrastructure Services Group. It's pretty straightforward, I'm happy to talk to it if need be, if we've got a seconder.
So sorry. It's pretty loud, this mic up here, so I'm trying to stay back from it a bit, sorry. We'll have the presentation by the General Manager first, and then we'll come back to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, councillors. Obviously, this is a subject matter that is council's been considering for best part of the last 5 years, and I suppose these last couple of wet seasons has exacerbated the situations out, particularly on this lower order road network. The situation obviously then becomes quite challenging for both the customers and council alike. And council already has a policy, policy 2.21 road network extension upgrades from January 2012 that gives council its direction or agreed position in respect to how to deal with requests of this nature. This report today is a further on report from the report that was presented to council in July, and that was following a report that was deferred from February this year. Noting, councillors, through the report, there's a lot of information there. I won't go into too much detail, but I will touch on a few points if I can have a few minutes of your time there. As council is very well aware, we do have an extensive network of already maintained roads. Nearly 6,500 kilometres of road network across council that council already maintains and upgrades as and when it can afford to do so. The clauses within our current policy are pretty clear around any upgrades being requested from the public, and they indicate that such upgrade needs to be funded by the applicant, as it currently states in those policies. And that's probably been one of the challenges, because obviously, irrespective of the level of upgrade, it is an expensive exercise. The consultation that we've done on this matter with council over the last 5 years is over a dozen workshops and reports, and we've tried to cover off on all the issues in different forums with council. Just picking on a number of those issues, it's our road register, council, that at the end of the day is where we use it as, inverted commas, our Bible as to the roads that we call maintained or not maintained. And it's from that point, you know, where the old councils came together with amalgamation. They all had different types of road registers, and from that time, they've been amalgamated. And with that, as that information's been captured in our GIS systems, that road register's been updated as and when required. And we add to that road register every year, particularly through developments. There's probably in the order of about 20 kilometres of road, 10 to 20 kilometres of road every year that gets added to that road register, just through the developments that are happening across our council area, and sometimes other roads that are upgraded. There's also amendments to that road register, such as a gravel road becoming a sealed road and those sorts of things. The road register is kept within our information management systems under our ICT team. And then when we do get a challenge to what's in the road register, the archives team get involved, and we ask them to do a very detailed check of previous council records to see if in the years gone by a certain road or a certain section of road has had any maintenance or works done that would indicate that it is maintained. Particularly, it's obviously when I'm talking about the lower order road network elements. As we progress with the road register, we're moving into making publicly available electronic mapping product, and that should be available by early in the new year to the public realm. And that'll be updated quarterly as other amendments and information is added to that. As noted on a number of occasions with Council, the biggest issue in many of this is the affordability, and for that matter, prioritisation. And we understand very clearly that the cost of constructing, be it a gravel road or for that matter any other type of roadworks, is considerable. And a cost that not very many landowners can reasonably afford.
Could you want to let that run, Councillor Coles?
Yeah. So Council over the years has put together regional township sealed and rural seal programs where we tried to put in the order of about $1 million each year into those to see those upgrades, and that's typically again where councils had significant interest from the public in regards to certain sections of roads. Going forward with the unformed road network, Council has in the past done very little in respect to direct upgrade of this classification of roads. So in any reasonable consideration of those roads, the unformed road network, Council has indicated in the past that the applicants, or those that are wanting that benefit, need to be party to that cost. Through the various information sessions to Council, we've indicated the opportunities through potentially a special rate scheme, or as we've done in the past, and there's been previous Council reports, where a resident has actually put funding towards the road upgrade. The policy has always allowed for applicants to construct the road as long as they apply for approval and for the design supervision by an appropriate qualified and registered engineer, and the construction by a suitably experienced roadwork contractor. So that's been a clear requirement, but one that's always been there. It's the result of any work on our road network is a contributed asset to Council, and one that Council then has to maintain going forward, and also has that liability in respect to what is constructed from a public perspective. We have also, with our standards, worked across the state with our other councils and others, and through the IPWAQ, a low water road design guideline was developed back in 2016, and basically any upgrades to our policies have basically taken those guidelines into account when we've looked at this lower order road network. So we've tried to keep relevant and reasonable in what's ever been required. Driveways have been sections of interest over the years as well. We called them, inverted commas, long driveways, a bit like the long paddocks. But those arrangements, as councils have done in the past, and I generally talk about the pre-amalgamated council, were quite varied in how each council took that forward. We don't promote driveways or long driveways, and we don't actually support it in principle, in that those that do exist out there tend to continue coming back to us a bit in regards to issues of ongoing maintenance and what can council do to assist them. So of recent times, when I say recent times, any consideration of that, as noted within the proposed policy, would be via an infrastructure agreement, as noted in this report, which would then be tied to the land and bind current and future owners, as noted in the report. The planning scheme review is critical, councillors. As mentioned by Councillor McDonald a moment ago, arresting the situation that has crept on over the years is one that needs to happen and one that I ask for your full support to today. From risk management point of view, yes, I can go put up these signs tomorrow. I do have the delegations within council to do that, and I am looking at doing moving forward in that direction. But what we're after as staff as well, and those that need to deal with these matters, is council's understanding and support that these types of signage that we're looking at do need to go up, and there's good reasoning to that, but also that when you are approached, that you know why and that you support us in the reasoning that we've put the signs up. And I think that's very important because of what we need to deal with and the hundreds of requests that we get each year in respect to these types of roads. The legal issues, councillors, that was presented back to you. We had King Co present back to you back in May and give you some background in that. And those risks and how to best manage those risks were discussed at that point in time, and the report touches on that as well. Again, I just come back with the financial resource implications, councillors. Ultimately, there's a cost to do this. The cost either sits with the applicant and or the cost sits with council, as I said, and or, so it can be shared, and how council wants to go forward with that. It is also obviously a challenge in respect to prioritising this lower order road network against our higher order road needs and requirements that we have across the region and the affordability of that in the scheme of everything else that council has to do. Councillors, the recommendations are there and have been tabled, and I note the suggested other recommendations and happy to speak or answer any queries from that. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you, Mike. And just for your, you note the proposed recommendation there. Do you have any issues or comments on that just before we go to Councillor Carl?
Councillors, recommendation 1 is basically the same as recommendation 3 within the report. So obviously happy with that recommendation. Happy with recommendation 4 if that's the way council would rather discuss signage. But could I please note, obviously, that awareness and understanding and support to our teams is there going forward as these signs go up across the region. So please note that. With respect to 2 and 3, obviously those are council choices. As I said, this is an affordability element. Within number 2, I do, and this might be something council wishes to discuss now, is there a requirement of the applicants or those that are interested parties, property owners, to make a contribution in that? So that's probably one thing you may want to think about in number 2.
I think it's existing roads, Mike, not,
well,
it says in there.
Yeah, I was going to ask
Existing rural roads.
When we look at this, is this program to be focused at the unformed and the unmaintained network, the formed and maintained network, what part of the network. So when we talk about existing rural roads, is it to deal with the roads that have been asked and requested about that are noted within this report? And if so, there's probably a little bit of wordsmithing around that to give some clarity to exactly where you want to invest that funding. And then my other question to you when it comes to spending the money, be it 2 million or whatever number, is the prioritisation. And we did give you an MCA as a bit of a guidance document, but I'd also, this would be, I suggest, coming forward, at least in the first instance, a program of roads would be probably resolved by council in due course, of which ones that you may wish to do, be it only through the budget process or whether you want to do that separately. So there's probably a few questions around number 2.
Mike, I see too, as it says, the existing rural roads. So that's not roads that aren't formed and aren't on our maintenance register, in my mind. Yes. So, councillor, just excuse me one moment, councillor Carl. I just want to say something in support of what a general manager has just said. Our staff have been copping a tremendous amount of unsavoury comment and interaction over this very issue. I myself have copped a tremendous amount over this issue, and I think that what Mike says, we as a council need to support our staff. We have policies. We need to support those policies, and whatever happens here, we need to support our teams. And that is our role, and that's what we should be doing. We set the policy, our teams are following on with that, but they're copying a tremendous amount at the moment out there, and I don't think it's quite very acceptable, and I just want to bring that to your attention. Councillor Carl?
Thanks, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
Yeah, no, you go.
Just finishing off, so there's a few points around number 2. In respect to number 3, can always bring back another report to council in respect to how we do undertake various capital delivery and maintenance methods. Obviously, we can bring that forward if that's something council wishes. But what this recommendations don't cover off, which I think council needs to still consider, is policy 2.21, the review, and whether you're happy with the policy as it's been amended, or whether you want, this would maybe see some changes to that. And the other element to that, obviously, is whether you want a contribution from any those that request, so be it in the form of a payment up front or a special rate.
Special rate, thank you. And I note we have Shane, our rate manager, in the room as well. So, Councillor Bill, sorry, I do apologise for...
That's right, Madam Chair. My question was indeed about point 2. Whilst holistically I agree with how we're trying to deal with this, however, if I look at point 2 objectively, I'm concerned about the potential interpretation of that, and particularly the second line, after 5-year program of works for existing rural roads to achieve a minimum access of standard gravel road defined in council's register. Does that mean, if I put a landowner, property owner's hat on here, does that mean you said you were going to build my road to a standard regardless of what that road condition or hierarchy is in the hierarchy of roads, whether it's formed, unformed? I'm not altogether comfortable with the potential broad interpretation of that statement there.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. I'll ask the General Manager to answer you, but I think you...
Well, I think we're potentially an unintended consequence is raising expectations here in the the context of prioritised 2 million annually and a sustainability target means nothing to me as a landowner because you said, Council, that you'll achieve a minimum access of a standard gravel road defined in Council's register. I think we're unintended consequences lining ourselves up for a pasting here.
Mike, would you like to? Mike, I think it'd be easier if you sit and pull that down a bit.
Right.
It's easier to listen, I think, because,
Just trying to be a
yeah,
bit more
I know,
respectful.
but, thank you.
Councillors, yeah, I think it comes down through you to Councillor Carl, through you, Chair, to Councillor Carl, with the question to what this too is about. And I gather its relevance to the report today. So my understanding would be that existing rural roads just needs to be maybe elaborated on here, in that we're talking about those roads that are currently not gravelled, that council wishes to see gravelled, and be it our formed maintained network, or sections unformed. But then we also have, councillors remember, the unformed, unmaintained section where we have got a number of requests, e.g. Ostrich Road falls into that category. So that's unformed and unmaintained. So as long as the understanding of what this is about is relevant, the relevance of it to this report is what I'm trying to...
Madam Chair, in
That's how
response, if I may, Mike, with all due respect, this is where we've found ourselves in a legacy situation right now, because it's been open to interpretation, not so much by council officers, but by certifiers approving residents on rural lots as to what does a road mean. So I think I would like to see us fairly prescriptive in order to stem that broad interpretation potentially into the future.
Just, if I may, through your chair, to Councillor Carl, recommendation one's the clear line in the sand. That's, you know, the resolution today, any new places.
However,
It's how we deal
have
with
a
the
gap.
legacy.
We have a gap.
The
So,
legacy.
so look, it's a good point you raised, Councillor Carl. The original recommendation 1 is clear. Yeah.
Sorry, that's for new, but we have an existing legacy, that gap. So
Indeed.
I don't want to see it turn into a bun fight, for the want of better explanation, be trying to address this gap. There has to be some reasonable, logical prioritisation, but the second half of that is open to interpretation, and we all know what happens if it gets out of control and it's taken out of council's hand, or there's some litigation or things down the track where it complicates the issue. I think we need to be rather descriptive about
I agree
setting
with
the
you,
terms of
yeah.
reference.
I think we probably just needs a little bit of firming up there, Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. Yeah, no, very good, and I appreciate the conversation, and again, reiterate your words, Councillor Carroll, in regard to the efforts of the team to get to this point. Very much so indeed. I guess Councillor Carl hit the nail on the head in his last commentary, which was around we have a legacy there and we have a gap that we need to try and pick up. So that's what this item number 2 is about. So perhaps, Mike, item number 3 gives you an opportunity to consider the maintenance of those existing maintained roads, and perhaps that's a conversation for that when we get to it. But item number 2 is the gap that we're talking about. Item number 2 is the $2 million a year for the unformed, unmaintained that are there at the moment, to actually have them slowly but surely, and the community will understand this, that
Sorry, Councillor Jeff, but an existing rural road is not an unformed, unmaintained road.
well, it may need some adjustment. I think Mike actually alluded to it before, just what we could add in there. But the idea of this is to, A, arrest the situation, and B, let's rectify what's there over a period of time. And how that's done will be in item number 3, so including the applicants contributing if the prioritisation model sees them lower than what they would appreciate or would like, then obviously there could be a contribution. But I think number 4, the road signage, is supported when there's an expectation that things are going to happen. Beforehand, there was no expectation that things are happening. What this does is set out a plan, albeit it's over 5 years, it could be longer, of actually rectifying or getting to a level where we as a council and future councils aren't looking at what we're looking at the moment. which is a bit of a problem, I'd
Can
say,
I,
going
can I
forward.
just say to you, Councillor McDonald, that we have many roads, apart from the unformed, unmaintained roads, that are of a standard that isn't gravel. So they've been waiting for a very long time, rather than people that have gone and bought a cheap block of land and built a house on it and expect a road. We have people who've been waiting patiently for the whole time that this council's been amalgamated to have those roads upgraded. So when I see that, I'm not looking at unformed, unmaintained roads. I'm looking at looking after those, and we do have, it has come to council in a report, we do have a length of those roads. We do know how many they are. Mr General Manager, have you got that you've in your mind? Because that's what I was thinking
About
this was
2,000
about.
kilometres, I
The
think.
other thing, I mean, if we're looking at people who've gone and built a road when there was supposed to be an all-weather road, and how that acceptable outcome was in the planning scheme, I have no idea. No reasonable person would accept that that was the case. But at the end of the day, I mean, they then expect our whole community to pick that up for them. And I buy my block of my house in town, the developer's already paid towards that road. If there's a subdivision, the developer or someone has paid towards that road. In these such circumstances, I don't know whether council, we has been presented, don't know whether you realise the astronomical cost for these things, for these unformed, unmaintained roads where people have just gone and built a house on it. So that's not what I see when I see two. I see that for the already formed but not gravel roads that we have on our register that we maintain.
But, Madam Chair, if I could, through you to Mike, perhaps the wording in there, and to me this comes down to that prioritisation. So we're saying as a council, we're committed to trying to bring things up to speed. So we're committing, quarantining, if you like, $2 million a year to do this over 5 years, and it could be extended, as I said, the first 5 years. But Mike, given what Councillor Carroll has said, should that then be broadly, be more broad than just unformed and unmaintained, because it does say to achieve a minimum access standard gravel road. So that would encompass those that aren't gravel. So I just want to make sure that it is encompassing those as well. Including unformed. Well, that's not a bad way to do it. Yeah, including
Right,
might
thank
cover
you,
it.
but I can't support unformed in that. I can't support that.
No, it's
Thanks.
okay. Would
Yep,
Mike, would
it's up
that
to
through you,
council.
Madam Chair, would Mike?
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah.
I'm taking that the intent of council is potentially achieving through recommendations like this is to rectify the existing situation where we have housing on roads that don't have, obviously, a gravel access standard road as a minimum. Okay, that's what we generally call our lower order road network.
Exactly.
Okay, so our lower order network. Our lower order network does include, as noted on page, sorry, it doesn't have page numbers, about the 5th page of the report. If you go to that, please, Kirsten. Yeah, that page there.
782, is it?
Oh. So councillors, most of the matters that we're dealing with here today tend to sit in what we're calling that green and dark blue, that formed maintained, unformed maintained. But we do have a handful, and Ostrich Road is one of those, that sit in the next level down, the unformed, unmaintained, as per our road register. So what I'm calling the low order road network would cover off on everything below formed, okay? Because occasionally, it's amazing, but we still get requests in regards to that lowest level, unopened, other TRC reserves. Can you come and build me a road in this reserve, okay? Typical answer is no. So, again, and I'm just trying to help word a recommendation, if that is what council's intention, is to rectify, and I think this, as we said, this is to rectify the gap, not more. So it's to rectify existing lower order road,
Existing
to
lower
bring
order.
lower order road matters, maybe, issues or whatever, to bring, I'm just looking at my various bits of paper, to bring up to or to achieve a minimum access standard gravel road. So probably,
Thank you, Mike. Yeah.
probably, I'm just trying to, yeah,
So after
and
the
then,
existing.
I mean, as long as we understand that low order road is, covers both formed and unformed network, because the formed net might be a formed black soil road, it could be out in the Condamine somewhere, as an example. We've done those in the past, or been involved with those in the past. An unformed road may be just a two-wheel track, or a track such as Ostrich Road is, and then obviously it's whether we maintain them or haven't maintained them is basically what's noted on the road register as it's documented.
So, Madam Chair, through you, Mike, so you're suggesting that we just, yeah, Kirsten's doing it right now, for existing works to rectify, that's good. And then take out,
including,
you can take all that, including that out. No, sorry, to achieve, yeah, just to there, that's it. That's right, Mike?
yeah, look, I'm satisfied with low order road. If you, I think somewhere maybe a note at the end, lower order road, inverted commas, it's defined within council's road register. As formed / maintained, comma, unformed / maintained, comma, and unformed / unmaintained.
Unformed, maintained, the first one, yeah, not unmaintained, the second one, first one, take the un out of that.
Yep, that's right.
Lower order, L-O-W-E-R, order.
Yeah,
Now
so
that's
probably,
low, L-O-W-E-R, lower, yeah. Thanks.
council's road is
That'd be
form
interesting.
maintained, unformed maintained.
And, well, I don't know, it just tells everyone we're going to give them everything, so, I don't know.
That's reflective
Okay, so
then.
there you go, is that?
Madam Chair, that's reflective, Mike, of the register, the yellow, green and brown, that's right?
Yeah, yes.
Under the line and over the line.
Well, it's,
So,
if you go,
so look, I've got people waiting, so, Councillor Jeff, Councillor McDonald, you finished there, Councillor Megan, Councillor Harris-Sullivan?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think I would like to say thank you to Councillor McDonald for bringing this today, because in its simplest form, we find ourselves in this ridiculous situation where we say to people, for whatever reason, we're not going to fix your road, but you can't fix it either.
Right.
That's kind of, so, you know, that's not good enough. So we need to work out how we're going to do it. And
Pays.
I don't think it's saying to everyone, you know, you can have everything. We're just saying, well, let's work out a solution to try and work out how we're going to help. But my question is to the General Manager of Planning. The first dot point up there, yesterday we talked about the drafting of the planning scheme, and Michelle made a commitment that we were going to be bringing that in the new planning scheme. I guess what I'm curious about or worried about is what's happening between now and then, when the new planning scheme's adopted, and because we talk about the legacy and the gap, that's what's already existing. What about this gap between now and the introduction of the new planning scheme?
So,
Oh.
if, Mike, thanks.
I'll let
It came to council as a formal motion a couple of months ago, and we didn't do it. But there is a way, because we've discussed with planning.
Oh, I must have forgotten,
yeah.
so maybe you could just remind me.
So Danielle, if you want
What
to use
was?
my here, thank you.
Councillors, my understanding was that at the moment, I think some mapping had been coordinated through Rod Betts's area, which defined the different categorisations of roads, and we were going to use that as a basis for determining whether a particular road complied with the requirement in the planning scheme. And sorry, I can't remember the exact term that's used, something like all-weather access or something like that, which isn't defined. And basically, I think we made some determinations or some, I guess, internal policy calls on when we would consider that a road was all-weather access and whether it wasn't. And we were going to rely on the mapping that Rod and his team had provided. It's still open to, obviously, differences of opinion, but it's certainly, I guess, a better position than what we've had, where we had no definition and no real clarification around what that meant.
I think the
Just to
planning
follow
scheme
up.
says that it's an all-weather road, and the acceptable outcome is a road or something that is.
Just to follow up then, in terms of if the problem is with the certifiers, has that gone to certifiers then as well? Like, are they aware of changes?
Sorry, Mike, because there was another tool that
Yeah.
we were going to
So-
use as well.
further in discussions with, well, Danielle, but also through Michelle Milton and Heath, the intention eventually, once council resolves on the matter, is notification out to those certifiers. So I think Michelle calls it, please help me here, Danielle, an alert. Yeah, okay. So there's a formal alert from council put out that our interpretation of what an all-weather road from this day forth will be XYZ. Okay, so, and we, and it'll be along the lines, and this is out of the last briefing session with council, it's along the lines, I'll read that the Toowoomba Regional Planning Scheme 2012 has a requirement for all new dwelling houses in the rural zone to have access to a formed road, sealed or unsealed. If access to a proposed dwelling house is via a formed or unformed road, a limited code accessible development application is required, and any subsequent approval will require the landowner to construct, as a minimum, a gravel road of council standard, referred to Regional Council Planning Scheme Policy Number 2, within the road reserve at their cost. So the advice is trying to, as you say, there's this gap between the 12 planning scheme and the new planning scheme actually coming into force, and even 12 months thereafter when the new one comes in, as I understand how they work. So it's trying to, I think, as best we can, have that as that advice, and that is the intent of resolution or suggested recommendation here, number 1, and that information would then be there as well. So
And
that's
just for council's information, 3 of the amalgamated councils actually had that in their planning schemes.
sorry.
Councillor Summerfield? You're right, Councillor Harrison? Thank you. Councillor
Thanks,
Summerfield.
thank you, Chair. And look, I too would like to acknowledge Jeff's work on this, Councillor Jeff. It's providing a shift in the current thinking, which is, I believe, a journey. It's a start. And I too had concerns about number 1 in relation to the planning scheme, which won't be implemented to 2025. But what you've just read out there, Mike, can you confirm that that would stand up in court should we end up in another one of these predicaments? Because that's what we need to know. We need to have security in the tools that we're using now. And if we don't have security in the tools we're using now, we need to make a change so that we can do something, because otherwise between now and 2025 we're going to have more of these emerge, particularly while there is such a housing crisis on. You're going to have more and more people going out into rural areas building a house, and I just wonder what tool we can use that will actually stand up in court, because that's where we need to be.
And Councillors King and Co came and presented to you on that, and mentioned that when they did their presentation to you. And there is no legal requirement for council to build a road in such circumstance as that they've gone and built a house where there's no road.
That's the opposite to what I'm trying to look at. I'm trying to look at a solution, not an obstacle. And I'm just wondering what solution we can use as a tool to prevent us being in this situation again. Otherwise, it's going to continue to cost council until 2025. I'm going to work my way through all these four things, by the way.
Through you, Chair, if I could maybe give an answer there. Number one, to your first part of your query, no, I can't give you any sort of guarantee. From a legal or court perspective, obviously, our planning scheme can be challenged at any time, and that's up to then the planning courts, obviously, of the day to deal with that. I think the only other potential, I'd be happy for either Nicola or Danielle to make comment here, would be through some sort of temporary planning instrument that council would have to rush through, and then the ability to do that, councillors, takes time, is quite challenging in itself, and whether this just one issue is something. Typically councils tend to have a number of matters that they take through every couple of years with amendments to planning schemes, etc. So I think what the intent was here was for this to, as I read out to you, be a notification, I think from our planning team, that'll be written up and sent out. We're also looking at some element to in the sales process, some sort of notification in that rates notice. Well, not so much rate notice, but I think on inquiries or sales inquiries and stuff like that, if people are so trying to get that communication available as best we can across through the different branches of council, so that if there's inquiries that come in, can I build on this block of land, people know where to go. So there'd be some information for customer service people, there'd be obviously notifications out to building certifiers and planners, and then if there's a greater breadth of sharing that elsewhere, I'd be happy to do that as well. So I don't know, maybe through Danielle, would you add anything to that? No.
Okay. Thank you. So I guess I look forward to hearing, because I'm hoping that we're all going to speak to this today. It's a really important issue. And I look forward to hearing what other councillors feel about just sitting and waiting until 2025, or whether you feel there should be something more proactive done to try and stop this happening, so that we don't find ourselves with additional costs instead of the infrastructure charges being placed appropriately. So then on point two, I note that it's $2 million annually, and based on the figures that get bandied around in this room around what we can get for $2 million, I just wonder whether efficiencies can't be found in there to try and help to deliver as much as possible. But I'm also concerned about priorities. The priority of the roads, and maybe that will be considered in number 3, because I've been asking for a road strategy session for a long time and haven't been able to get it. So hopefully now we will get it, and with that number 3, given the pressure that is on us for roads, and as Councillor Carroll often says, roads are all they get for their rates. Could we get a timeline in that number 3? Would you consider that, Councillor Jeff, that we have a restriction on how much longer we wait before we actually have a meeting to discuss strategy around our roads?
I think, Madam Chair, if I could, I guess by having number 2 commencing 23-24, it puts a timeline on making sure they come back to us, or officers come back to us in that period of time, because we'll be putting our budget together, in the next little while, actually. So it's going to, from a timing perspective, that's linked with number 2. So you would hope that it's got to be done before the budget preparation.
Okay, so, you know, there's roads out there that we're all aware of that there's issues with, and I just worry because some of those ones that, the ones that complain the loudest often get ignored the most, if I could put it that way. And I just worry that what the priorities will be and how soon we'll actually get this stuff happening.
I'd ask the General Manager, we do have a prioritisation. He might comment on that. Thank you, Mark.
So, councillors, I think it's through attachment 6, we've got attached for you the MCA that we use currently for the work. Council may remember it's made resolutions in the past to put some funding to what we call low-cost seals, upgrades of gravel roads to sealed roads. So we tried to do 2 or 3 of those annually. So council's given a commitment to that. So there's that one there, but we've also got the one that we worked through in the last workshop back in September of the unformed roads, which took this latest bit of a version there, gives you an idea of those roads noted, their current scores. Now, it's a guidance document, as you can see there. It's not a prescriptive, and I think any approach council may take going forward shouldn't obviously be having a prescriptive MCA. I think you'd use that to give you some guidance in your decision-making approach to what roads. As this matter is quite a sensitive matter within the community and council itself, I'd be suggesting that on an annual basis, as there be a program there in what's going to happen in year 1, and maybe then indicative into the future years, subject to budgets and future confirmation of the council of the day. So that could be then reviewed annually by council to confirm its list of ones that it wishes to continue progressing with.
Thanks, Mike. So just in relation to the multi-criteria assessment that you've got there, and it's scored to 100, is it lesser? If you've got a score of 50, does that prioritise your road more or less than someone who's got 30?
No, it's more. So the higher the number, the higher the priority.
Okay.
Yeah. So out of that list, in number 6, attachment 6, I think that's indicating Gerald Lane.
So if I could just, and I raised this when we did the briefing the other day, so with flooding and with drainage structures, it's got flooding frequent 0, infrequent 4, unlikely 8, and I would have thought that should have been reversed. And I thought the same thing for the drainage structures, and I suggested that at the time, in actual fact, if you look at Ostrich Road, flooding, frequent, 0.
Thanks, Mike.
So shouldn't that be frequent 8? If you're looking at the higher score for...
Yeah. The MCA is focused on, from a prioritisation perspective, what is the intent of this is what's required, what's most likely to give best benefit, value for money outcome, okay, and benefit cost to the community as a whole, but somewhere else. So from a flooding point of view, why it doesn't get any points, Ostrich Road, for flooding, okay, is that it floods frequently. Okay, so for us to fix that, it's a significant cost, e.g. the Spring Creek culvert and everything like that. So it doesn't get any points for that. If it was that it never flooded or was very unlikely, it would get 8 points. So it would go from, 49.79 up to nearly 58. So as I said, the higher this is what council worked through, the higher the outcome number out of 100 ultimately gives you, from a guidance point of view, the most, benefit cost value for money, taking into account all the different categories.
Okay, thank you.
Is that understandable, that you understand that why it gets 0? If it's frequent, it's going to cost a lot of money. It's going to cost a lot of money for council to construct that piece of road.
Yeah, to me, that's the reverse of how we should be thinking, and I'm just going to have to agree to disagree with you, and I'm going to leave it with other councillors to raise it with you, but I disagree with this assessment. I don't think I don't think we're looking at it in the right way, is my thoughts. If you've got a road that's frequently flooding, that should give it a higher priority than one that isn't frequently flooding. That's my view, and I'll leave it at that. But then the other thing that I wanted Councillor Jeff to give consideration of, and it may be that it come up in the workshop if we finally get it, is a peer review of our roads engineering standards. And I'd like to see that review by a panel, including some of our rural councils. Because we are constantly hearing about roads that were built prior to amalgamation, which require very little or no maintenance, and yet we have roads that are being constructed now that may last 12 months or not much longer and are constantly needing additional work. So I'd love to see, we have to understand why things aren't working, and I would like to see us do a peer review, and I think that would be a start of a journey of understanding how we move forward to get better road outcomes.
Councillors, we've had 5 disaster events since the end of November last year.
This was before
excuse
that,
me, Councillor Summerfield.
No, I was
thank you.
actually
No,
talking.
you've finished. I'll ask the General Manager to comment.
Just been shut down.
Look, ultimately, I'd like to see that as a resolution of council, if that's what you want. If you want peer reviews, I hope you have very highly qualified, experienced engineers within council and supported by very experienced teams across our organisation that have built roads across this whole region for many, many years. I indicated there that we've been involved with the IPWAQ back in 2016 to look at this very issue of, and I'm happy to share that document with you councillors, further to, and Angelo Casagran was our representative and worked with other representatives across Queensland in regards
Mike, can I just interrupt?
to those
The
standards.
IPWAQ is the Institute of Public Works Engineering of Queensland. And so, we might sit here and think that we know. I think we should be very proud in our council of the people we have here. And what Mike's saying is that IPWAQ, LGAQ, and I chaired the Roads and Transport Advisory Committee that had a representative on there, and it went back through, and Angelo was our representative on there, and Mike was part of that review. Councillor Cole, I have Councillor James O'Shea next, thank you. If you can hold that thought, thank you. Then Councillor Tim.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mike. Look, up front, obviously, I appreciate the level of work that's gone into this, and obviously the sensitivities and everything that comes with it. It's not an easy one, but I think today's obviously about setting a intent, and what that intent may be is obviously then how we reach the outcome. And I think we can probably achieve a lot of that through what the alternate motion that has been put forward. I'd also flag I'm a little uneasy or perplexed just with the understanding of how we evaluate that flood situation. For example, so something that floods frequently. So say, just use that example we said before. So if Ostrich Road was a 0, it would basically rate the same as, say, Russell Street, from a flooding point of view. I don't know if that's a fair example of putting you on the spot, because you know what I mean, like putting it at. And I understand that there are other levels of the process that it goes through that where we come up with the actual score, but just purely based on flooding, I'm just trying to, I guess, understand or get an understanding of that. That's probably my first question that's propped up.
Thanks, Mike.
So if I maybe compare Ostrich Road to maybe Gerald Lane. Gerald Lane's out of Kumbunji, councillors. It's a lane that's quite flat. It's actually had some formation to some degree. It's still unmaintained road, but it's, over the years, for whatever reason, it has had culverts in it in sections. So the amount of work that we actually need to do to take that road from being to a gravel standard road is substantially less than if we have to come and do an Ostrich road, okay? And it's trying to value that. So if you say there's equivalent people, as in number of houses, they want access to homes and stuff like that, where do you put your money to first? Is it to the one that's going to cost less and give better benefit, greater benefit for a lower price, or is it one that's going to cost a lot more, and still give a benefit? At the end of the day, it's not saying you don't do Ostrich Road because it's council's thing, and as I said, it's a guidance approach. So it's trying to get to a benefit cost position. It's more to the community as a whole as much as it is to the residents of that road, because it's the community as a whole that puts this money in there. So how does the community stretch its funding as far as possible and get as many of these roads done as possible? So does it do the roads that give the greater benefit, and flooding being one of those elements. So it's highly likely to be flooded. For us to construct it properly, as even a proper gravel road, there's a significant cost, be it the cost of culverts and the like. And I've mentioned the council on a lot of our creek network now, we've got to put in fish passageways and the like. So there's significant legislative requirements that we've got to abide to. So it's actually, that's how it's framed. Council, if you flick it the other way and say the worst roads are the roads that we're going to do first, you could end up spending all your money on one or two roads for the next couple of years, if you know what I'm meaning. So it's that's where do you try to find that balance, and an MCA can be viewed differently, but and obviously we workshopped this at the last session with council back in September. We made some tweaks out of that for you, as you pointed to that day. But it's a guidance document at the end of the day, giving you an indicator around what it's likely to happen. For instance, if you take Ostrich Road, but you come up to, say, transport, and you look at the amount of traffic that's using it under that section, it gets eight points for that, okay? Because that's relatively speaking, if because there is a number of residences down there, it's likely to get significant traffic. Well, when I say significant, relative to this class of road. Whereas, as you can see, other roads, such as Saddletop, and that goes over through off Pilton Valley across, north out of there, though there's probably more properties, the amount of actual, inverted commas, traffic that might use it is far less. So it's trying to get a balance between all the elements that go into doing that. Ultimately it's a guidance, and council may want, as it's noted here, more weighting. So at the moment you might say, well, in regards to that, I think the transport side of this is far more important. If there's more, if there's you know, already 5 homes down there, people trying to get in and out of their residence. You know, to you, that might be worth a lot more weighting than whether it's got difficult flood drainage issues or whether it doesn't. And that's what obviously the essence of an MCA is about.
Yeah, okay, thanks, Mike, appreciate the explanation with that. So, and I would hope, I would have thought that if this goes through, like the step 3 or whatever it may be around the prioritisation, that's the sort of work, and these roads would then be prioritised not against our entire network, but against this smaller sample of a network, and I would imagine that would be how, just for example, how you would work out a priority, which one sits and where it sits. I think that's sort of the next step with it. Other question, if I can please, Madam Chair, just on page 783 of the report, I'm just curious around, so B, just where we talked about warning, putting up the signs, those 10 roads that are listed there in the report, what's the significance of those 10? Is that are they the top 10 priority? Are they the top 10 pathway? Are they why those 10 are the ones where we suggested in the report that they be the ones that we do this? Are they the only ones, or?
No, they're not. And I think we're up to, as indicated in the gravel road network, I think it's about 160 requests, and I think in this lower order network, it's well in. I'd come back with the numbers, but I think it's in excess of about 50 or 60 requests. These the majority of the time, we say council's got a policy, and the council's policy is that if you want this piece of road upgraded, you'll have to, you know, basically pay for it. And 9 out of 10 people accept that, okay? They understand council's policy, its ability to afford to do this sort of work and what's available to it from a resource perspective. These ones have been time and time again brought to council's attention in various forms, both to you as councillors, but also through us, through pathways and the like. So these have been quite significant issues that they don't accept the officers' responses to date, in that these matters are, and they want, so we're rising it through to council to say to council, well, the position is that, you know, currently we can't do it. The best we can do is probably put signs up.
Okay, and then finally, sorry, Madam Chair, just the last thing I'll add to it comment-wise is I think we've reached a point with this where there's 2 elements to it. One, it's obviously what we do moving forward, and I think that's around obviously how we talk about implementing through a planning scheme, if that can be done quicker or how we can be protected from that. But 2, there's got to be a situation where we look at, you know, it is what it is, we've got what we've got and how we've ended up where we have. And at the end of the day, whether it's certifiers, whether it's loopholes that they've found through planning schemes or whatever it may be, houses have been able to be built on these particular patches. So there has to be a level of acceptance that at the end of the day, as I said, whether it's through a certifier or whatever, that they've been able to get it done following our planning scheme. So we need to look at it now. Do we see it as, okay, there is a responsibility of council and how we go about doing it, or do we just close the book on it and decide? And I think that's the decision for council at the moment. And I, for one, I just don't think, as I said, that we are in a position to be able to just shut the book on these and move on. That's just my opinion. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Councillor Tim?
Chair, thanks. I do have a fair bit to say about this, Chair, but it's not a question, it's more just a general comment. Could I indulge you to say it now, or would you prefer I wait until debate, or?
Say it now.
Yeah, now's okay?
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, I appreciate that, Chair. Look, I just suppose I wanted to say first, Mike, you and your team, I commend you for the work you've done. I know you're under a lot of pressure, and I know you do a tremendous job. You've had a rough few years with floods and all the rest of it, and we are where we are. So I wanted to put that out straight up, that Mike, I see the pressure you're under and what we're all trying to do, and acknowledge that. We have in this report a list of the 12 bad roads that needing to be fixed. We have it written $200,000 to $400,000 per kilometre, and to fix all of these 12 roads on very rough dollars, we're around $10 million in, according to the report. I know as well as anyone that we can't be all things to all people. I'm very aware that we have budgets and they are particularly strained and not getting any better. I'm very aware we have a prioritisation schedule for roads and road upgrades, and that on that current schedule, these 12 roads in this report don't get a look in. But I'm also aware that landowners buy these blocks knowing what the road is like. They often pay unformed road prices to buy the block, and then, you know, it's probably cheaper in that regard. But I think Councillor James said it well. We have a problem here that's not going away. We got these roads through under whatever planning scheme, under whatever loophole certifier, and we are where we are. And here we are saying the best way you can do this is if you pay 50% of the price. And I've never been happy that that's the only option. I find it a really hard justification that 3,000 odd k's of unformed road, and we've had 3 in the last 12 years. I think there's a reason for that. I think if someone came to me and said, look, we'll fix your road at the cost of you and your neighbours have got to chip in $500,000 to get that done, I think I'd have a similar complaint. So when the original motion said things until such a time as this becomes possible, I think that's code for it's not going to happen unless you chip in the money yourself. And what I think from the start, when this keeps coming to council, the issue I've had with the whole idea is around the idea of hope. We just weren't giving them any hope. This is your road, it's unformed. Short of you and your residents putting $500,000 forward, there's no actual way that this road's going to get fixed. And that's, I suppose, where I've had the issue. And you know, of course I support the idea that we need to knock this in the bud right now, whatever amendments we can get through in our planning scheme straight away, so that this doesn't happen any further. And I think the old motion number 3, this one number 1, have done a great job at addressing that. But then we still have, for whatever reason, these 12 roads that we need to, I think, do something about. We have an obligation to all residents, and we simply aren't giving them hope and saying, you're on your own here, and that's never sat right with me. So, look, Chair, I, in my scratchings last night, very late, was looking at proposing that we should allocate $1 million annually to achieving our lower order unformed, unmaintained roads. On showing up to work this morning, I see Councillor McDonald has seen my small blind and doubled it to $2 million a year. And my thinking was that at $1 million a year, we'd probably be around sometime in the next decade that these roads might get formed. If you wanted it quicker than that, you're welcome to pay for it yourself, but at least we have some sort of plan. At $2 million a year, these 12 roads, and even if there's other roads that need to come in this, at least maybe we have around a 5-year that these people who are at us saying, well, look, we need our road fixed, we can't access our own house. There's some sort of a way forward in that. And I think if the Chair of Finance can find $2 million annually, I'm very happy to come to the party on that. So, look, I think we don't do business, Chair, by loud voices on social media, and I don't want this to come into that. But I still think we need to look at a broader problem. We need to look at some sort of a hope and some sort of a way forward. And if $2 million a year for the 12 roads mentioned in this report gives the residents some sort of a hope, in the next 5 years, maybe decade, we can have a look at your road and really get some sort of an outcome there. I appreciate Councillor O'Shea said it, we need to move forward on this number 1 as a matter of priority to get it fixed. 2 and 3 I think are great, and that we consider a way forward. And I'm happy to walk with the General Manager that they can work with this road signing. So I think we need to balance community need with what we can realistically deliver here. And I think the way we've had it is a prioritisation schedule that doesn't allow for community need to be fixed. So I actually applaud the outside of the box thinking that we look for $2 million in our annual budget to make a start on this. It's not going to be tomorrow. And if you're one of those people who have your road that says, I need it done now, of course it's not going to be tomorrow, but there is a way forward, and that's what I like about this. So I appreciate there's a lot of views, Chair, around the table. That's my notes on where I stand. And
thank you, Councillor McMahon. I remind you and remind councillors that there are unformed maintained roads as well as those roads that are mentioned. So that's not the finite list.
I know that. Thank you,
Councillor
Chair.
Bill, thank you. Yes, sorry, the General Manager wants to make a
I
comment.
just want to clarity to a number I mentioned earlier. In the last 5 years, we've had 275 upgrade requests received in the last 5 years, okay? 179 have been assessed, and as I mentioned, the majority of people accept the answer. And 95 in progress. That was as of May this year. So that just gives you the quantum of that. And I mean, not all those places obviously have houses on them or anything like that. A real mixed bag. So that's of the unformed, unopened and other lower order road requests that we have had. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Councillor Bill?
Thanks, Chair. If we can get back to the intent of the motion before us, the recommendation. I'm wanting to deal with the future, and that is the immediate future, and I coined it as the gap. I do think that we have to trust our technical people. It's called trust and delegate in assessing with their qualifications, and there is a level of policy and that council considers, and there's also operational policy that we need to be aware of that the organisation implements to deliver what the overarching policies, and that's us who set those out. So I think we need to be mindful of that. But I want to go back to this here. I'm not comfortable that my question has been addressed. And in point one, I'm talking about a timing gap. And the reason why I'm concerned about the timing gap, because an applicant can come along under the existing planning scheme, make an application to put a house on a block and interpret that under the existing planning scheme regime, and I'm talking certifiers here, can interpret that in different ways. Hence, we have some problems that are before us. So, between now and the formal adoption in 2025, we potentially, what are we doing to address the potential rush on this? Because here we are in point two, clearly articulating to a certifier, which if I was, would add weight to my argument, but you guys are going to address this in a 5-year program,
Yes.
so what's the problem?
Community's going to pay for it, yeah.
So I'm not comfortable that we've addressed this gap period, and I'm not, and please, if you want to beat staff into the ground, request a TLPI, but I don't think it's going to actually solve the problem in this case, a TLPI, to address what the General Manager has said by the vast majority, do reasonably, probably not comfortably, but reasonably accept that there are financial constraints. So please, how are we going to mitigate, and this is why on a risk matrix, how are we going to mitigate some of that risk between now and 2025 if we're spelling out what we're doing here and it's open to interpretation, because an applicant can apply under the existing planning scheme and also 12 months after the approval of the new planning scheme, unless those planning laws have changed, Danielle, stand to be corrected. But
12 months or 2 years? The moratorium in planning schemes, 2 years, I think.
And that, yeah, superseded planning, 12 months.
12 months, thank
Yeah.
you.
So I do see some issues with this. It's not that I'm not wanting to address the gap and rectify, but there is jet lag, and Councillor Megan raised it. There's jet lag between now and 2025. So that's why I raised being careful about what we put in a policy, because part of that policy and recommendation is ineffective till 2025.
The General Manager will comment on that, thanks.
Yeah, look, I think there's the question similar to the question that was asked earlier in regards to, you know, what guarantee can we give you with making the interim changes now.
Look, I know there's no guarantees.
There's, as we said, we've got, as we worked through with council at the last information session, proposed standard wording for property searches and practice notes to local industry partners. And I read through part of that earlier paragraph of that, which obviously is indicating very strongly where council's position is, or what's required. You know, in respect to those searches, they're going to look at our road register. If it's not on the maintained road network, be it gravelled or sealed road network, it's quite specific that way. They've got to put in a limited code accessible application for the dwelling house. Okay, so there's that point. Obviously, I think the other part to your question, and because what these motions could do, and these are the unintended consequences of motions such as this, is you could get a bit of a run on these these roads. Okay, and that, you know, other people want to go out and build houses on those blocks. Obviously, if the block's free to be built on, maybe they, you know, what I've mentioned to you would give strength to how it gets dealt with. But ultimately, once it's understood what roads council may invest into the future years, the unimproved value of that land and potentially the market value of that land on those roads, obviously, if they're going to get a gravel road at some point in the not too distant future, would markedly increase. And I think this is probably one of the challenges, the pros and cons of each of these, you know, these ideas and these way we approach this. And I think council obviously just needs to be conscious of that in the thing. But this is one of the reasons, and it may come back under number 3, is there a contribution required by any landowner that gets a benefit from this at the end of the day, be it through a special rate or be it through some other mechanism.
There's no such
Mr.
thing as a
Brady,
free road.
may I follow up? And
Yes,
Mr. Brady, I think that is not an unreasonable expectation.
No, it's not.
For an individual to receive a 100% subsidy from a general rate base, fellow ratepayers, as the chair has more than adequately stated that in normal circumstances the roads and trunk infrastructure have been somewhat paid for, albeit not complete, but there's been contribution. So I think if we were to look at it on an equity basis, there should be a level of contribution. You know, a recent example only this year comes to mind where a developer subdivided rural lots and then subsequently proceeded to sale to the point of sale, and house construction on these lots before roads were even constructed. And I myself received 3 complaints, or a complaint about 3 builders' trucks being bogged on an unformed, unmaintained road. And this is a developer. So if we think things aren't going to have a bit of a potential rush between now and 2025, with the requirement of a formed gravel road, we might be. I'm looking at this holistically from an overall risk to council, and so therefore I'm questioning: are we too broad with our definition, and how do we mitigate that as much as possible? Anyway, I don't think we'll...
Thank you, Councillor Cole. Well, I have to make it very plain here. There's no such thing as a magic bullet. Someone pays. So if they don't pay, the community pays. And I think that, don't think the community would be very happy to think that they're 100% funding something that someone went out and did without having a road there. So anyway, I think what you're saying is right. There needs to be some sort of a contribution. In fact, our policy says that.
So by us moving this today, are we nullifying policy or If it's in policy, then shouldn't a recommendation reflect that?
As I asked earlier, when the 4 recommendations went up there, councillors, and I said there's a couple of questions still need to be answered, and that is one of those being the policy. So obviously there's elements of the policy here that may need to, if council, I'd be asking council for confirmation on which way, on direction on where it wants to go in respect to the policy today, and also direction whether you want contributions such as special rates or some sort of form. So
Sorry to jump in, Mr. Brady.
So if that was to go forward.
Sorry to jump in. Well, then it's definitely not practice to amend policy on the run.
No.
So if this recommendation is about moving forward, then it should reflect components of existing policy. Otherwise, we defer it, we go back and we work the policy. That's our principal job as a council boardroom.
Yep.
And it is definitely not best practice to make policy on the run to fit into a recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I've got 3, if I might. I'll add my voice to my colleagues about my uneasiness with the time frame of not acting prior to 2025 or indeed 2026, because I think that we do have a problem here. Council has a problem and it's not going away unless we fix it, and that delay is setting council up for playing catch up into the future. So I think that those practice notes that could be circulated, they're a great and admirable idea, but they're not enforceable. So I don't propose a particular solution, but I think that there is some work to be done on trying to truncate that timeline in particular. It's the same as what's been previously mentioned. The second point, I just want to go to the MCA, please, through you, Madam Chair, to the General Manager. And the one that's on the MCA for bitumen seal upgrade requests is different to the MCA for the unformed roads that's in there. And it seems to me that the MCA for bitumen seal upgrade requests appears to have taken a little bit more of the comments of councillors into account from that information session. But I also find that we need to flip our thinking on this as well, because it's not just the flooding criteria that I have a problem with, it's also the maintenance. You know, you get more marks and you're more likely to get your road fixed if there's been significant maintenance in the previous 3 years, whereas if you've had low maintenance in the previous 3 years, you're less likely to get your road done. And arguably, I can understand what you're saying, Mike, but I think that if we really want, like I said, we've got a problem, we've got to try and fix it. And fixing the problem means that we actually don't approach this from like a council perspective, but we approach this from the community's perspective that we're here to serve, and we need to give greater weighting to those roads that are in a worse state, that do get flooded more frequently, that are in a worse state of maintenance. So that's where I stand on the MCA as well, because otherwise we're just not addressing the problem head on. My question is about the recommendation too. So through you, Madam Chair, potentially to Councillor McDonald. So we've got in the report, page 785, no, I've got to go all the way back there. We've got the roughly 1,600 kilometres of roads there that are listed as unformed, maintained, unformed and unmaintained, and also the formed, maintained, which fall into that lower order category. So do you foresee us working through in that part 3 of this motion, or do you foresee that the 12 roads that are identified in this report, do they slot into that wider 1,600 kilometres, or is that something that we work through in part 3 of the recommendation?
Yeah, that's a good point, and that's why I thank the GM for putting that in there, because that does include those, and that will come back down to that prioritisation within the funding that's been given. So that, to me, is in number 3, when we come back and determine what that is, and it will touch on as well, of course, the prioritisation that we have there, and I think the conversation around the flooding and the road surface and what have you, I think that's a conversation we have to have at that session, to be fair. I don't think we're going to solve that today. Likewise, I'd be more than happy, Councillor Carr, picking up on and the GM in regard to the policy. I would think that the policy we could add in number 3, just at the end after roads, just including reviewing policy 2 point, whatever the policy number is that you've got there, Mike, in a session. I seriously don't think today is the day to do that. There's too much to unpack. But if we add that in there, that would cover exactly what you're talking about, to get some direction there, I think. Because, does that answer?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Well, Mike, did you want to make a comment on that?
Oh, no, we can do that. I suppose we'll
Okay.
have to, the two can be looked at separately, but obviously you're not actually naming what roads you're going to do at this stage, so that's...
Councillors, whatever you do, you need to be doing it without fear and favour. And I'll just say something here. I've been thinking about it for a while. I'm very careful. I stand by, recognise and stand by the professional integrity and the ability of our General Manager and our teams. And I apologise for anything that has undermined their professional integrity. Thank you.
Madam Chair, sorry.
Councillor Cole.
Just a thought, and Danielle may speak to me sternly afterwards, but God cleared my head and I thought, well, is it possible, through you, Chair, to planning people here in the room, is it possible to consider, I don't know the extent of the work and whether it would be considered a minor amendment, which we don't have to go out to public consultation,
Daniel,
but
would you just like to come up,
to
please?
address the interim period between now and 2025, is it possible to do a minor amendment on the existing planning scheme to address this gap, this time period, where we actually reinforce in the current planning scheme the sentiment of dot point 1 about a standard gravel road, the standard of gravel
The
road.
only thing that's wrong in the planning scheme is the acceptable outcome.
So is that an option, or is it
Danielle, would you like to?
impossible, or
Yeah, wherever.
or is it a minor amendment to bring even more clarity around that in the interim period between now and 2025? Considering there is a cost, a body of work, it might not even be possible.
Councillors, I think, and Councillor McDonald asked me through a quick email before, probably the crux of the issue is what is a formed road. So if there is some advice as to what council considers constitutes a formed road, then that will provide clarity around our current planning scheme and give us a clear direction. The problem is that that term is not defined in the current scheme, and therefore there's a lot of differences of opinion as to what it means. What would be a simple, not fail-safe, but at least a simple, easy, non-costly exercise would be for someone to define for us what does that mean and what do we think it means. I think if you're looking at things like a planning scheme amendment, with the current volume of work that's been committed to from, I guess, the strategic planning team and probably the rest of us, because a lot of P&D and other groups within council are committed to now being engaged in the drafting of the scheme. As you know, the first meeting for starting to review the packages of material is this afternoon, and a lot of us are involved in that on top of everything else we've got going on. So my concern, and Nicola can speak to that if she'd like, there's just not the resource there at the moment probably to take that on, when I think there's probably a far more simple position that can be taken, which is just
what do we think a formed road is. That would be a far simpler outcome.
I'd ask Mike to comment on that because I think it says all-weather road. All-weather road, I think it's.
Just take you to page 788 of 850 of the report. I'll just go through just a couple of points here if I could. Okay. So the second, if you just drop below the numbers there, and then we've got the Local Government Act 2009 defines road as, okay, so the rest of this page just says, okay, what a road is, okay, an area of land dedicated for public use as a road, okay, and then the area of land that is developed, etc. However, a road is not included a state-controlled road or public thoroughfare easement. Then go to the next page, right, and then we talk, the Act also defines a private road, okay, who is lawfully exclude other persons. So these are enacted elements, okay. The next section is quite important. The road categories are further defined. Sealed pavement, okay, we know what that is, gravel. And then it says what a form road is and what an unformed road is. Can I say to you, this says a form road by means of a road other than gravel pavement or sealed pavement road formed so that stormwater drains from the road. Could I say the condition of the majority of our form road network don't very well, in many cases, drain stormwater from a road, and that, you know, for us to achieve that would be an extremely expensive exercise. Why we are saying going forward that needs to be gravelled or sealed, it is pretty clear and simple. People want to go from their house onto a road and get to work or get to school or go to the shops, okay? We can no longer afford people, we do not live in a century ago where we rode horses to where we had to get to, okay? People want, in this day and age, need to get to wherever they want to go, straight onto a gravel road or a sealed road, okay? For us to let them build a house on anything else or less than that now or into the future, I think is quite remiss, and is only going to cause us future problems. So the clear position is that the reading of our current planning scheme has dwelling for a dwelling house, dwellings have safe all-weather road access, and then the AO, the acceptable outcome, unfortunately, in our thing, is that form road access is provided to the dwelling. It doesn't say it has to be maintained. It doesn't say anything about the condition, whether it's black soil, dirt, whatever. So that's the little challenge that we have today with the current planning scheme. It is not, and so the reading of that by anybody does leave the gate wide open to the challenges that we have today. Council legally does not need to maintain a road if it comes to reasoning of why it shouldn't maintain a section of road. But what we're trying to do and move things towards, and with the road register, the work we're doing that, the work that we're doing with the planning team, particularly through Michelle Milton and Heath and others there, is get to a position that what is for the future is clearer and brings clarity, that it has to be, number one, on our road register, it has to be of a gravel nature or a sealed nature, and it's got to be currently maintained by council on that road register. So the road register acts as the reference point for anything into the future, and that, I think, would be a very, very positive outcome. That said, in the interim, and I know the interim is challenging, I think we've got to rely on our planning team, our transport and drainage planning team, and our interaction with our industry partners to work towards, you know, mitigating as much as possible any housing being built on anything less than a gravel or sealed road.
Councillor Cole.
So to be very specific.
So we have to wrap this up fairly soon.
To be very specific, through you to Danielle, is it an option in the interim to change that AO to reflect more clearly the definition?
That's the issue, yeah.
Is there an option as a very minor amendment in the planning scheme to change that AO?
Councillors, I don't know that that would potentially be considered a minor amendment, and as I indicated, I can't speak for the strategic planning team or on Nicola's behalf, but as I indicated, we are committed to a huge body of work around the preparation of the new scheme, and I think, you know, that's where our resources, or our, you know, constrained resources are involved at the moment, and I just don't know that there would be the ability to undertake that planning scheme amendment just for that purpose. I still think it would be a simple case of providing a clear advice to all as to what we mean by the use of that term as it's currently stated in the scheme, and that could be an interim position until the new scheme comes about.
However, when it's contested under a negotiated decision notice or in a court of law, in the land court, which this could find its way to, we get rolled by an AO, the definition.
It would be open if someone disagreed with what we stated our position to be for someone to seek declaratory relief in the Planning and Environment Court, but to be honest, it'd probably be cheaper to go through that process than to actually try to resource a planning scheme amendment. And at least then, if we had a decision of a court, it probably would be definitive, and we would then utilise that position until the new scheme came into being.
Can I say to you that we, in local government, with workshops and everything else, we often refer to any reasonable person. Any reasonable person, at least it's not living in the centre of the city, knows what an all-weather road is. Any reasonable person in a rural area, and I come from the bush, any person who is reasonable thinking knows what an all-weather road it is, and it's not what's mentioned in the acceptable outcome. So that's the mistake. Councillor Melissa Taylor, and then Councillor Carey.
Thank you, Chair.
And we'll have to wrap up because we're just going round in circles.
Thank you, Chair. I've listened to the discussion around the table, and I don't know if I have anything more to add as such, because I echo the comments of my colleagues, but I did discuss this very point with Councillor McDonald this morning in his office, and I want to understand what levers that we have to arrest the issue before the review of the planning scheme implementation. The problem is so palpable, and every single one of us around this table have received distressing phone calls and emails and photos from our residents. And I understand our resources are constrained, but this is an urgent situation. And I don't know if we actually take into consideration the hidden costs. We don't account for the hidden costs. The hidden costs keep going up and up and up. The stress on residents and their families, the staff in our office and our outdoor teams, the abuse that our teams receive from time and time again is really disgraceful. I understand the frustration of the community, but it also doesn't call for abuse of our teams. And it takes time. Every single complaint that comes through the various channels of our council all takes time. So these are the hidden costs behind the costs that are here in our report today. So this is an urgent problem that we as a council have to look outside the square, because everything we've tried beforehand hasn't worked. So I want to understand what levers we as council actually have to fix this before the implementation of the planning scheme. Because this stress, this abuse, this frustration cannot continue until 2026. Something and someone is going to break. We around this table have to fix this problem, and we have to fix it immediately. So I want to understand what we can do. Is it a planning issue that we can fix with definitions? Our general manager of ISG says, give me the money and I'll fix them. How much money do we give him to fix the issue, and is that what it takes? But there is going to be a rush if we leave it until the implementation in 2026. And the issue is going to continue. Do we also look at the contribution? Because I think that's important. Residents in developed areas pay more for their blocks of land because of the trunk infrastructure that has been implemented by the developer. But do we look at the contribution that we're asking for these residents in these issues to be in line with what a developer pays, rather than the 50 and the 100? Just a thought. The other thing we need to consider too is the extra $2 million that is stated here in point 2, is that above the current $1 million already committed? And what of the budget going forward to maintain the extra roads on our road register? Because if we don't also take that into account and increase our maintenance budget going forward, we are going to end up in the same situation or worse, because the more issues around the road network not being able to maintain to the required standard is only going to get worse. So we also need to look at not just the dollars to make these roads better, but then to maintain them. Because it's not just the phone calls and emails that we're getting now about the unformed and unmaintained roads. It's the roads that we actually do need to maintain on our road register that we're not getting around to maintaining. Because we don't have the budget and we don't have the resources for it. Because our resources aren't budgeted and aren't financed. So if we're not doing that now, we're going to add all these other roads to the road register. We then need to look at the maintenance. And I think this is a discussion for another time, and we're not going to fix this today, but the MCA, I agree, does need to be looked at. And I echo the comments that are made around the table about the ranking for flooding and maintaining, or the amount of times they've been maintained, etc. But I think that's a discussion for another time. But they are some very important points that we need to consider. The hidden costs, the maintaining. But we need to think outside the square. And I can't do that on my own, but we can do that as a team around this table. So let's think differently. And please tell me, what's the answer?
Thank you. There probably is no answer. Councillor Shan.
No, thanks, Chair. Just a very brief contribution. Brief doesn't equal a lack of concern for the issue at hand. There is an expectation in the community that we look after the core responsibility of local authorities, roads, rates and rubbish, and this is clearly number one on that list. This issue, a difficult one, has been a running sore for a long time, and I think it's remiss of former councils not to address this issue today, until today. So congratulate Councillor McDonald for bringing that motion forward. It may not be a full solution to the problem at hand, but it's heading in the right direction. It was raised before about the community having to pay, and is that fair, because these people have bought cheap land on the basis that they didn't have a road. We don't, as a council, seem to have too much problems about giving very significant subsidies to developers to, in recent times, to try to address the housing shortage, and we give concessions to all sorts of organisations and applicants in a number of areas. And to my mind, this is not far removed from that. ultimately, the increase in the valuations as a result of the roads being constructed will even things out in terms of the increased rates that will have to be paid in the long run. So, with those few words, I indicate my support for the motion.
Thank you, councillors. Now I'll end any comment or questions. So the motion's there in front of you. Moved, Councillor McDonald. Oh, we did that at the beginning. So, Mike, did you want to make a comment? Thank you.
That's the motion that's going to be voted on. In number 3, where it says road upgrade policy extension, because we haven't actually enacted November 22, it should still read review of January 2012, as it currently still is. That's right. Yeah.
Thank you.
Because we haven't.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I put my hand up to vote, but I actually had a couple of minor things if there was, based on the conversation that we've had. In number 2, through you, Madam Chair, to Mike, I'm just wondering whether it's just by way of having listed all of those lower order roads, it is defined as rural roads, or do we need to have rural in there somewhere, lower order rural road matters?
I'd like to leave it probably as you have, because you've got quite a number of the complainants are actually on that, what do you call it, that peri-urban fringe.
Yeah, so on the edge.
So Gerald Lane at Kumbunji is really part of the town. You know, even, you know, some would argue the way, you know, out of Drayton there, you know, Drayton Wellcamp area, how those places are developing. The Austric roads of the world, are they more urban than rural? There's rural pursuits out there, but a lot of our people that are buying lifestyle blocks.
Sure. Okay. No, that's good. I hadn't considered that, Mike. So thank you, Madam Chair. Then in number 3, given the time frame, and I said before it's linked to number 2, I wonder whether we shouldn't say that council consider prior to 2023-24 budget formation, just so that it gives clarity that if someone reads this in isolation, then they know that it is linked to the next year's budget. I know it did, you know it did, but if someone reads it in isolation, they probably don't. Tim, are you comfortable with that as a seconder? So that was it. And then the final comment, if I could make, and through you, Madam Chair, to Danielle, one of the greatest concerns that's floated around the room is that inability for us to control what could happen between now and when the new planning scheme is adopted. Could you, through you and to the General Manager, just turn your mind perhaps to something between now and next week as to whether it means we can put in an additional item that says a definition of all-weather access so that it can be defined within this motion? I'm happy to move it as it is, but perhaps that's another broader conversation, but that might just be enough to give clarity to the community and to council and to the council staff what that might be. But that said, Madam Chair, I'm happy to move it. I think we've had more than enough discussion.
Thank you. Well, it has been moved and seconded. Did you want to debate it? Well, I want to speak against it. Thank you. I think in a perfect world, everyone has exactly what they want, wherever they want to live, with views and all sorts of things. But at the end of the day, we don't live in a perfect world, and everybody has to pay for whatever there is. The word community has been used many, many times during comment on this matter this morning, and it needs to be stated that if people go and build on a piece of land where there is no road and they're not willing to commit money towards that, then our entire community, including pensioners and those struggling with cost of living pressures, will all be contributing to this infrastructure, regardless of the fact that they're not getting any benefit from it. And I think the community needs to be very aware of that, because this has been a very one-sided comment in the press and other places. If the people who are getting the benefit from roads that are built where there are none, they've already built their houses, then the entire community contributes to that and they get no benefit from it. So I think I am not heartless. I care about people very much, perhaps too much. But at the end of the day, you have to be fair and reasonable, and everyone, if somebody doesn't pay, who gets the benefit, and we're asking council then to find money to make up for that, a lack of contribution towards that infrastructure where they are getting a benefit by living and, I might say, by conducting business out there. So thank you very much. I guess that's, is there anyone?
Madam Chair, just point of clarity here. Can the blue, can we go back, Kirsten, to the blue you had in there? Look, I was out of the room for a fraction. On point 3, including the review of council policy down at the road now, is that including the contribution component? Are we? It's inclusive of that.
But it's not mentioned.
So we're not stepping out by moving this. We're not stepping away from the policy. We're saying, hey, there's going to be some contribution from these.
It is in the policy.
These potential beneficiaries. Yep. Righto. Thanks. That's all I wanted to.
Thank you. So I'll call for the vote. Those in favour? It's carried. Thank you. That ends the Infrastructure Committee meeting for November. Thank you. I guess we break for lunch, but I also want to once again
Councillors, we resume the Planning and Development Committee meeting. And as we do that, I need someone to move that we close the meeting to the public. Councillor McDonald, Councillor Melissa Taylor, all those in favour? That's right. Councillors, the recommendation. Okay, so I'll have someone move the recommendation, Councillor O'Shea, seconder, Councillor Nancy Summerfield. Do you like to go into debate, councillors?
Yes.
You'd like to go into debate, Councillor
Yes.
Shine? Okay, so we'll need to move back into confidential. Can I have someone move we go into confidential? Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Shea. All those in favour? Back Thank you, we're out. You have to crouch down, there's no other way. We're right. Okay, councillors, item number 6 is the Planning and Environment Court Appeal, development application for a development permit for a material change of use impact food and drink outlet located at 117 to 119 Ruthven Street, Harlexton. The recommendation is up on there on the screen. Can I have someone move that recommendation, please? Councillor O'Shea, the seconder. Councillor McMahon, all those in favour? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's carried. All those against? Thank you. It's carried. Item number 7 is the Planning and Environment Court Appeals and Compensation Claims for October 2022. Can I have someone move that the claims be presented for consideration by the Planning and Development Committee? Thank you, Councillor Von Hoff and Councillor Carl. All those in favour? It's carried unanimously. That's the end of the meeting. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.